Just a reminder, probably more so for staff than anybody who is out here with us today, is we're running quarter mile. Yesterday we had a special event. We ran 8th mile a bunch, so we got to make that transition. We're running quarter mile today. Quarter mile all day long. That'll wake you up. Brian Godecki, 465, 160 something. My screen's flipped over. Wow. And we're off, testing and tuning. So maybe the first few guys didn't quite catch it, but as soon as you see a bulb come on, you make the car move as quickly as possible. You'll get the hang of it. You get more than one crack at it anyways. We don't have a ton of traffic today, so you'll get multiple passes in the next 2.5 hours before we start competition. But we thought it would be fun trying this. Wait till the end of the day before you give us any feedback. Give it a chance. super good launch for the Demon, and I'm going to go with a personal best, at least for this weekend, 939. What was that, 145, almost 146? Heck of a pass for the Demon. Nice wheelie on the launch. All around great pass. So it'll be a little delay while we get our juniors wrangled down on the other end. We like to get them off the return road before we send big cars so we don't have any problems there. So just stand by. Otherwise, the lanes are pretty open for our test and tune people who are here. Muscle car shootout day here at Rock Falls Raceway. Thank you all for coming out. Beautiful sunshine. We like to see that. Some other tracks less fortunate today with weather, but we got it going on here. Gorgeous day. Gorgeous day. Which reminds me, in a couple hours, once we get past the noon hour, I know that doesn't apply over here in Wisconsin, but we're close enough. I'm going to start the Busch Light Apple Special early today. You can get 2 Busch Light apples, 2 12-ounce Busch Light apples for $4. And that goes on while supplies last. But otherwise, head on over to the Quarter Mile Cafe, get yourself something good to eat, get yourself something refreshing to drink, whether it's an adult beverage or a soda pop or water. We got all kinds of things down there, coffee, hot chocolate. But great, great food, all made to order when you order it. Nothing laying around underneath the heat lamp or anything like that. So one of the best eating places around, regardless of the fact it's at a racetrack. Great cheese curds, waffle fries. New menu item this year. Waffle fries are fantastic. And as I said yesterday, I believe they're underpriced. So get over there and get yourself some waffle fries along with your cheeseburger or double cheeseburger. They'll whip it up for you. Get bacon on there, cheese, lettuce, tomato, onion. They got it all. Get over, get something good to eat. So for those of you spectating now, if you weren't here yesterday, Fanglia here in the right lane.
That's not far right.
I would say he put it on the bumper, but he doesn't have a rear bumper. He put this thing pointed at skyward, and I don't think traction is any less today than it was yesterday. So keep your eyes open, get your cameras out, and snap a photo. Doesn't disappoint the Fanglia. And still goes 895 in the quarter. Wow. That is a fast hot rod. All right, we're approaching 1 hour of testing and tuning. You guys and gals doing a great job getting adjusted to that Pro Tree. Hopefully you're getting your car dialed in. You got another hour and a half of testing yet to go through, so you can get things all ironed out and revved up, spruced up, running consistent, getting ready for competition coming up at 1 p.m. today when we come up with the categories. And again, they're going to be ET based, but we're only dividing them up so we can try and get 4 equal numbered groups. And that also keeps the cars bunched up a little bit, so you're actually racing somebody next to you going down the track. You're not 3 seconds in front of somebody. We certainly have some fast motorcycles here today. We've had them here all weekend. 850, 159 for, I believe that's Mike Gouch on his turboed Hayabusa. This Demon's been getting the job done. Interesting, wide body in back, but not in front. Oh, little trouble getting a hold of the track. A lot of power in that car, a lot of weight. 2 tons of fun in those Demons. 959, 145 big speed. timer goes high top speed for the weekend, 185. Goes 757. He went 736 or 738 yesterday. The biggest transition I can see he has for a problem is about 330 feet. The bike wants to stand up. So he's got to figure out his way to get through that. He's getting going fine, and then it's making power on the big end. But I don't know. Is 200 out of reach for him? We may find out today. Hopefully not. Maybe we'll see a spectacular run where everything comes together for Nate. Sorry about that. It is high noon right now. Head on over to the Quarter Mile Cafe. Get yourself something good to eat. High noon, lunchtime, all over the Central Time Zone. Daylight savings time. Also means we only have a half hour left of testing. Only a half hour left of test and tune before we split up the categories and bring you up for competition. So use this last half hour wisely. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty now. 15 minutes remain in the test and tune session before we take a little break, do a little prep on the starting line. We're going to categorize everybody for the competition. So it's time. It's time. It's get your runs in while you can. 15 minutes remain. 15 minutes remain before we shut the test and tune down. Take our little break while we reorganize, get things sorted out. And then come back at 1 p.m. for the competition portion of today's muscle car restoration, muscle car shootout. Time is ticking down. If you want to get a final run for test and tune, time is ticking down. We're down to 7 minutes remaining, I think. So if you want to make a lap, get to the staging lanes. We'll close them down at 12:30. We'll run out the remaining cars, and then we'll take our break. So we got another junior dragster gonna come down. We got one more car in staging lanes. Like I say, I'm gonna close them at 12:30. Anything remaining, we will run out after I close the staging lanes at 12:30, not before 12:30. Maybe I'll wait till 12:31. We'll see. And then, like I say, we will do our recalculations, give everybody a chance to head on over to the Quarter Mile Cafe, get something to eat and or drink, and move into our competition portion of Muscle Car Restoration's Muscle Car Shootout today. Shootout number 1 of 3 happening this season at Rock Falls Raceway. We're glad you're all here. Hope you're enjoying the day. Beautiful, sunshiny day, not too hot, not too cold. Wish we could package these up. Not super windy either. So just a great day to be at the racetrack, that's for sure. So again, we're getting down there. We got about a minute left. If you're in the lanes, we'll take you. If you're not, we're getting ready to get our break going. We'll split some categories up, let everybody catch their breath, and then we'll go into competition. We'll let you go 10 miles an hour, 30 miles. 10 miles an hour is the speed limit when you're not on the racing surface. You got time to get here. So that's going to be it for today's test and tune. We're going to do some tabulations up here and come up with some categories before we call cars back for competition, cars and bikes. So bike sled. So we'll see how that goes. I will let you know as soon as we know. And all we're trying to do is just keep cars in the same ET bracket, or at least ET area, along with keeping the numbers fairly equal per category. So I'll announce them. You'll be able to fit yourselves in. You're going to be running on the quarter-second index, so you can choose your index according to the category you fit in. But we're taking a little break here, and we're going to do some starting line preparation while we're getting ready for competition here. Muscle Car Shootout Sunday at Rock Falls Raceway. So I hope the test and tune portion of your day has gone well. We think it's gone pretty well from up here in the towers. Point of view anyways, and we've done our tabulating and we've come up with, we didn't come up with 4, but we came up with 3 muscle car categories. 3 muscle car categories, so listen up and see where your car fits, and that's what you're going to be racing in. And first off, muscle car category A as an apple, is going to go from 10.50 on down. So anything that runs from 0 to 10.50, muscle car A will be your category. And I will call you up, and I will bring you up in lanes 1 and 2. I'm not calling in anybody yet. I'm just letting you know where to go and what category to fit in. So you can look at your time slips and say, hey, my car fits in that category. That's where I want to run. You can pick your index in quarter-second increments. So if you were going 940s, you may want to choose 950 as your index. But you'll have to have that quarter-second index where you would have your dial in on the right side of the car, so we know what to put in. Still going to be the Pro tree. It'll be staggered to accommodate the different dial-ins or different indexes that you choose. Muscle car category B will go from 10.75 to 12 flat. That's 12.00. If your car fits in those numbers between 10.75 and 12.00, that's the category you should be in. Or if you choose to be in that category, you can run that category. And I will bring you up in lanes 3 and 4. So you can choose your lane assignment, whether you want right lane, left lane. Left lane will be the odd numbered lanes. The even numbered lanes will be right lane. That leaves muscle car category C, as in Charlie, and that will run from 12.25 on up. 12.25 on up will be muscle car category C. I will call you up to lanes 5 and 6. Again, I'm not calling anybody right now, but that will be muscle car category C. That leaves, as we're all waiting, the motorcycle sled category, and those racers will come up in lanes 7 and 8 when called. Again, I'm not calling anybody yet, and we will run from 1 to 2, 3 to 4, 5 to 6, 7 to 8. We'll run from lowest number to highest number as far as the categories go. We'll go category A, category B, category C, motorcycle sled, and we will repeat that for at least 2 rounds. We just ask that you come back as quickly as you can, cool them, fuel them, kind of a round robin type of deal. Not a super hot day, not a super cool day, but when you're ready to run the next round, we'll have numbers of cars after we run the first round, and we'll know how many cars are coming back, or bikes. We'll count them up. When they're all back, we'll run the next round. So once we get through 2 rounds, we'll be probably making a call for the consolation race, and that will be an all run. Anybody can get into that is here, whether you're in muscle car A, B, or C, or motorcycle. That will be all encompassing. So all winners will receive trophies. I think runners up also get trophies. So we can do that. All winners can come to the winner's circle at the end of the day and get interviewed and be on the World Wide Web with our new live interview camera. But that's how we're breaking it down. So once again, muscle car category A will be from 1050 and faster. 1050 and faster will be category A. Category B will be 10.75 on up to 12 flat, 12.00. And muscle car category C will be 12.25 on up. We come up with 3 categories. We're a little low on cars, but that's the best we could do. Hopefully things get fairly even as far as distribution goes, but that's what we're going to run with today. Those 3 categories, and of course, motorcycle and sled. I'll give you a few minutes to do some calculations, and then I'm going to start calling cars to the lanes. in about 5 minutes. We're going to do a random buy selection in case there is a buy. So you'll be, if you're selected, you'll be on the wait and see buy. We'll pull you out of the lanes, and you'll wait till the end of the round to see if you have a partner or if you receive a buy. After those initial buys are done, buys will be chosen by reaction time from the previous round. That should cover it. Good luck to everyone. And get something good to eat before you start racing. I always do. I did neglect to mention that I think we got 3 junior dragsters here. If they want to have a race, we can accommodate that also. And tentatively, we'll run them after motorcycle. How's that? But with a 3-round race, that kind of limits, or 3-car race, that limits the amount of rounds. That obviously there'll only be 2. You'll have to flip for a bye. We won't pick that. So you can flip for a bye with those junior dragsters. And we'll run it that way. All right. I'm assuming everyone understood how I explained things. I'm going to run through it real fast one more time, and I'm going to start making calls to the lanes. Muscle car category A, if you're going to dial or you're going to choose an index that is 10.50 or faster, that is your category. Again, any index that you choose has to be on the quarter second, either a 0.25, 0.50, 0.75, or 0.00. That's what you're going to have to choose for your index, no matter what number comes in front of it. For muscle car category B, that is from 1225, from 1075 to 12 flat. That is category B, muscle car category B. Again, 1075 to 12 flat, 12.00. Muscle car category C will be from 1225 on up to infinity. No, we can't go over 39 seconds, I think, with dial-ins on the computer, but we don't have anything running nearly that slow. So those will be the categories. Muscle car A will come to lanes 1 and 2. Muscle car B will come to lanes 3 and 4. Muscle car C will come to 5 and 6. Motorcycle sled, you'll come to 7 and 8. And I'm going to stagger the calls so we don't all run up here at the same time, but I'll make the call for muscle car A. That is the cars that are running an index of 10.50 or quicker. So if you're 950, you fit into that category. Come on up to lanes 1 and 2, please. So muscle car A, you can start making your way up to lanes 1 and 2. As soon as I see a few cars roll in there, I will make the call for muscle car B, and so on and so on. We'll have the lanes filled before we start competition, hopefully, 1 through 8. We'll take a picture with our drone from overhead to prove that everyone was here and to provide identification for any legal problems later on. No, I'm joking about that. But we'll do that. We'll get everybody in the lanes, and then we will start round 1 competition here today at Rock Falls Raceway. This is the Muscle Car Shootout put on by Muscle Car Restorations MCR right here in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Do fantastic, fantastic, world-renowned work on muscle car restorations and modifications. They are second to none. And we're happy to have them on board with us for our first muscle car shootout. I see Tom Hoffman going to be first in the lanes. He's not as scared. He came here to race. He's ready to race. So muscle car A will take you to the lanes. Again, 1050 index or quicker, 10.50 or quicker. You are in muscle car A. guess since muscle car A doesn't want to come to the lanes, I'm going to make the call for muscle car B. Muscle car B, that is cars that will be running on an index of 10.75 up to 12 flat, 12.00. Muscle car B, if that's where you want to be racing, come on up to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. 3 and 4. And those in the know why I'm holding off on calling up muscle car category C, because they will all come up in an orderly fashion immediately. Traditionally, that's what they do, and I'm depending on them doing that again today. So muscle car A, 10.50 and faster, lanes 1 and 2, please. Muscle car B, lanes 3 and 4, that is 10.75 to 12.0 index. Come right on to staging in an orderly and safe fashion, please. Be ready to write your dial-ins down or your index down so we can read them up here. And we will start round 1 once we get everybody in the lanes. So for those of you electing not to compete, once we get through the first round or two and I start bringing cars up for consolation, I will bring cars back that want to continue to test and tune. We'll try and squeeze you in as best we can. And as long as you're patient, you're not done running if you still want to test and tune. It's just we're going to run through a couple rounds of competition to get some cars down. We'll get the consolation race started, and then you'll be able to test and tune until we complete all of our competition rounds. Sorry, I didn't mean to leave you out, any test and tuners, but I assumed everybody came here to race today, and I realized as we're going through tech cards, we have people that did not come here to race. They came here just to test and tune. So I don't want to leave you out. You can still test and tune. You're just going to be on break for at least, I'm going to say, a couple hours while we get this going. And then when I find time, I will squeeze you in when I get an open lane. So thank you for hanging out and sticking with us. And let's all have some fun. This is what this is all about. Competition, muscle cars, burnouts, wheelies. Fanglia put on a great wheelie show. Did what, 3 wheelies in one run? Wow, fantastic. Had it as high as you could have it yesterday. Fanglia putting on a great show. And then Fanglia ends up running in the 8s to boot after being on and off the throttle, showing us how many times he can wheelie. Awesome car, fun to watch. Thanks for coming out this weekend. And we're getting a few cars up in here. That means I'm going to make the call for muscle car C. Muscle car C Category C, that is from 1225 on up. 1225 on up. Muscle car C is your category, and I'm going to guess you're going to fill the lanes up very, very quickly, as you normally do. You know who I'm talking about. So motorcycle, that puts you on alert. You'll come up in 7 and 8. Pick your index. And again, if you're not competing, even though you were testing, I will make time for testers later as we get a couple rounds of competition in. And then that should open up some lanes, and we'll keep things going on down the track, whether you're testing or running. We're glad you came here. We want to get you down the track until you're tired of going down the track as best we can. Look at Muscle Car C coming through for me, making me look good. Thank you. Thank you all competitors. Thank you. First off, thank you for being here. Thanks for showing up today. I'll take motorcycle to 7 and 8. Motorcycle, you can come on up to 7 and 8 for your first round. And have a big smile on, especially if you're in the front row. We'll get some pictures. And remember the lanes. I'm not going to change lanes, at least for 2 rounds on anybody. So remember what lane you came from. If you win, you can come right back. Like I say, when we have the right amount of cars, we'll send you again for round 2. I'm not rushing anybody, but it's nice to kind of get going. Once you get in a groove competition-wise, you want to just keep going. And after the first round, we'll have your car numbers, and we'll know if you don't show up for the next round. If you do break or something, send somebody up to staging, let us know that, hey, you're out of competition. Don't want any of that to happen, but sometimes it does. So motorcycle, come right on. Motorcycle 7 and 8, come right on. And I know Kirby is down there. He will let whoever has been randomly picked know that they are the wait and see buy car. At least that's what I like to call them. Some people say potential buy. I say wait and see, because that's what we're going to do. We're going to wait and see. Here come motorcycles coming in. This is just fantastic. Fantastic, ladies and gentlemen. Once we get settled in with those, we're going to have... we're going to do our national anthems, and then we're going to kick this deal off. So we're rolling our cars up into hot stage, something we normally do before we do our national anthems. That way, once everybody's in hot stage and we complete our national anthems, we light the motors and we send cars down the track. This is a great country we live in, and we get to share our like of auto sports, especially drag racing, here this weekend and just about every weekend at Rock Falls Raceway. So come on out anytime you're in the neighborhood and join us. We will start off with the Canadian National Anthem, followed by our National Anthem. And now, if you are able, please rise and remove your caps for our National Anthem. All right. God bless America. What a great place we live in. Let's go racing. Muscle Car Shootout Sunday here at Rock Falls Raceway. First pair, you see dial-ins up on the board. Actually, they're indexes. I get mixed up sometimes. They choose their own index, 975. Left side, that's going to be Heather Martin. Tom Hoffman, right side, 1050. Heather Martin out of East Bethel, Minnesota. Tom Hoffman out of Lake Elmo. And I hear thunder in the pipes. Let's go. So for those of you wondering, if you win, you can come right back to the lane you just won in. If you win, you can come right on back to the lane you won in. Here we go, a 23 Demon, left side, a 64 Plymouth Belvedere, right side, both black cars. This is quite the first pair. What do you got, about 50 years between them? Holy cow. More like 60. Off they go, green lights a pair. Reaction time advantage really favoring the Demon out in front, but breaks it out, gives the win back to Tom Hoffman. You choose your own index, and it's kind of tough to slow the car down sometimes. I know that Demon's been running quicker than 975. But Tom Hoffman moving on from the right lane. Grant Henry now left side, Kevin Post right side. Again, big reaction time advantage between the two. Kevin Post in control, 003, and runs over the number, 46 thou for the win, gets there by over a tenth. Grant Henry was 82 green and 800ths over the dial for second place. Mikey Amos now left side, 1025 the index. Dave Groth, Dave Groth, 10 flat in the Eliminator Cougar super rare muscle car over here right side. I say it every time he comes out. He puts on a great show, does great wheelies, super fast car. Little closer in reaction time, 25 thou favoring Mikey Amos, but he can't turn it into a win. Running closer to the index, Dave Groth gets there by 8 thou, as Mikey Amos may have given it back. Hard to say. Anyways, Dave Groth moving on in the Cougar. Carl Frank now 1050 left side. Mike Aliff 875 right side. Green lights a pair, only separated by 6 thou. Give the win to Mike Aliff on the double breakout as Carl Frank breaks it out. Oh, I'm just going to round up 600ths, and Mike Aliff only breaks out 300ths. Actually, you can take 5 thou off of each of those, but less breakout on Mike Aliff's side gives him the win. Clayton Kais now, or Kells. Like I say, sometimes hard to read these tech cards. He's in the left lane, 1025 the index, 500 cubic inches of Mopar power under the hood of that 73 Dart. Right side, Matt Martin, driving the 70 Cuda, 10 flat the index, gorgeous car. Martin goes red, 8 thou red, hands the win over to Clayton. Clayton in the dart sport goes 10:26 with a 6 on that 10:25 dial. Needs to sharpen up that reaction time, but he's good on the dial in. And he is moving on to round 2. Dallas Hansen now, left side, taking the bye on a 9 flat index. Goes 90 green, not bad. It's a 500th pro tree. It runs 1300ths over the dial. Moving on to round 2, and I hear motors running. That means muscle car category B will be coming to the lanes. These are the cars running index from 1075 up to 12 flat. First pair, Kurt Wamoff left side, 1150 his index, and Tony Hager, 1075 right side in the Mustang. Off they go. Big reaction time advantage going over to Kurt Wamoff. He's going to get there first. Does not break out, takes the win. He's 55 thou over, gets there by over a tenth. Tony Hager, a little tardy on the reaction time and farther off on the dial by only 1/100 and a half, but needed to polish up that reaction time to be in that one. Jocelyn Millage now, 1150. Left side heads up with Alex Schultz, also 1150 over here right side. A Chevy SS in the right, Challenger in the left. Off they go. Alex Schultz out front. Long as Alex doesn't break out, going to win. And Alex does not break out and does get the win. Had the better reaction time. Also ran closer to the dial for the win. Jim Wise? I'm going to go with that. Could be Wheezy, but I'm going to go with Wise. Out of Pine City in that 70 Buick GS Stage 1. 1175 the index. Carl Wamoff over here right side in that 55 Chev. 1125 his index. They're side by side at this point going on down the track. Anybody's guess. Give the win to Carl Wamoff, excuse me. Gets there by 1/100th of a second. Yeah, well, give him a quarter. Didn't quite understand the quarter-second index deal. We got him arranged on an 1175 index. Eric Peterson chasing him down. Well, getting chased, actually. Going to get there first and breaks it out. Give the win to Corey Wamoff. Had the worst of the 2 reaction times, but didn't break out. And Dalton Ahrens, excuse me. Ahrens, 1175 on the index, gets the odd lot bye. Ahrens out of Austin, Minnesota in that Camaro, 1213 on that 1175 index. Which will bring up muscle car category C. Again, if you have won your round, you can certainly come back to the lanes you originally were in. So muscle car A, if you're a winner, you can come back to lanes 1 and 2. Muscle Car B, I see there's a bunch of you coming down, so you know the deal. I know you heard it. If you're ready, you can come down. If you're not ready, cool it down a little bit and come back. I'll call. This is Muscle Car Category C. Jamie Kading, left side, 1325 in the 71 Duster, his index. Maya Smith, 13 flat over here, right side, in the Mustang GT. Off they go. Reaction time advantage going to the yellow Mopar. Somebody's on and off the throttle. I'm guessing it was Jamie. Gets it done. Gets there by 5 thou as he regulates the finish line for the win. Had the better reaction time, ran way over the dial. Maya runs dead on with an 8. Just needed a better reaction time to make the numbers work. Kading moving on. Now we got Charles McIntosh, left side. Brittany Rude, right side. Brittany out of Mondovi. McIntosh with a better reaction time and runs closer. No, does not run closer, but the reaction time makes up for the difference. Gets there by 43 thou for the win. Brittany Rudd, I'm sorry, it is Rudd, for the loss. Mike Mazinski, left side. Susan Rudd, right side. On down the track they go. You see their indexes on the boards. Mazinski not going to get there. Better reaction time to Susan turns it into a win. As Mazinski did get there first, but broke it out a bunch. Adam Heimer now, left side, in the 06 Chrysler 300. Going to be chasing Scarlett Lawson. Scarlett out of Winona, Minnesota. In the Buick wagon over here, right side, 1980 version with wood grain. Off they go. Scarlett going to get there first and going to take the win. Had the better reaction time, went over the dial as Adam Heimer tried to get there, broke out, had a little bit tardy of a reaction time. The 5/10 Pro tree is tough to deal with. Jeff Potasic in another 06 300 left side. Don Rexted, right side in the Mustang. Off they go. Got about 700ths advantage on the starting line going to Jeff. Turns it into a win on the brakes at the end of the run. Goes 900ths over and takes 900ths at the finish line. Don a little tardy on the tree and a 10th off the dial. John Hatfield now, 51 years been racing with us here at Rock Falls Raceway. 1375 his index left side. Samantha Schultz, 1225 the index right side in the 09 Pontiac G8. Off they go. Only 100th between them in reaction time. That 100th favoring John Hatfield, but he breaks it out by 27 thou, taking a 10th and a half. Needed to regulate the throttle a little bit to make that work. He didn't. Samantha Schultz moving on to round 2 by virtue of John's breakout. Corey Hansen taking the bye this round. He'll test the tree. Goes 185. And on that 1250, he will go 1264. And as he coasts down, we already have motorcycles. So here we go. Eric Arneson left side, Matt Johnson right side. Matt on the car tire bike over here. 10:25, going to be chasing Eric. Off they go. Motorcycles been having a better time with this 5/10 Pro tree. They certainly react quicker. Matt Johnson in control. And on the double breakout, will take the win. Breaks out by 5 thou less than Eric Arneson, getting there by almost 2/10. Again, playing that top end game and regulating the throttle ensures a win, but he got away with one there. Randy Zarnek, left side. Jim Remington, right side. Off they go. Remington having some trouble shifting. He had the better reaction time, but goes down there, and that shifting prevented him from winning by only 5 thou. 5 thou behind. Randy Zarnek moving on from that left lane. Stan Sleever now, 1050 left side. Zach Remington, 10 flat, right side. Better reaction time going to the Harley in the left lane, turns it into a win, goes 600ths over after going 085 on the tree, takes almost a 10th win stripe. Zach Remington a little tardy and further off the dial, leads to the loss. 517 left lane. Off goes the sled. Off goes Rob Juarez. Gary Stelter on that sled. Way out in front, slowing down. Can he regulate it properly? Oh no, ends up getting behind. Rob Juarez takes the win, as Stelter was trying to regulate that finish line and messed it up a little bit, ended up 300ths behind for the loss. Rob Juarez moving on. Craig Zoller, right side. I call him the White Knight. Out of Mayston, Wisconsin. Had the better reaction time and runs closer to the dial, gets there by over a second, moving on to the next round. I didn't have a name for that bike in the left lane. I apologize for that. Alex Zoller now, 1375 left side. Kevin Kettinger, right side, or Katinger. Kevin goes red in the right lane, gives the win to Zoller. Zoller on that 1375 index will go only 17 thou under. Saw him on the brakes there at the end, trying to regulate that stripe. Didn't matter, as Katinger had already gone red. Jesse Jones over here, right side on the sled. Off they go. Only a quarter second between them in indexes, and a quarter second between them in reaction time. Reaction time favoring the bike, and he goes dead on. 30 reaction time, dead on with a 1. He'll be coming back next round. I should have a name for you then. Wow, that was a great one. Nice pass. Jones, not bad. 57 and a 10th over, but just doesn't get it done. Mike Gouch now, 875, heads up with Paul Flynn. A couple of super fast motorcycles on the starting line right now. Gouch in the yellow Hayabusa, left side. Flynn in the extended swing arm, right side. If you were watching close, you could see who had the reaction time advantage. They're both riding Hayabusas. Gouch had the reaction time advantage, turns it into a win, getting there by 8 thou. Flynn made it look that close by breaking out 12 thou. Gouch moving on in the yellow Hayabusa. James Cam now left side, out of Brooklyn Center. Nate Bremer out of Red Wing. 9 flat over here, right side. Bremer has already caught him at 1,000 feet, is off the throttle, rolling out of it, taking the win. He had a much better reaction time, gave him a lot of cushion at the end of the run, takes 2/10, slowing down a 1/10 and a half for the win. And taking the bye, again, if I could, better eyes, I could have read his name off the back of his jacket. Pollock is the name. Sean Belloc, sorry about that. Taking the win, getting the odd lot by. I think we have junior dragsters coming. So again, oh, look at this. All winners, you can come back to the lanes. All winners, all categories, you can come back to the lanes. We will count up cars. And if the buy was used, I think the buy's been used in every category, we will calculate new buys, and we will let you know who they are before we start that round. So if you won, you can come right back. If you win this round, I'm going to kind of finagle stuff around because you'll be able to come up in one lane. That will allow me to get some test and tuners back into the game, and it'll prepare us for getting our consolation round. So be prepared for that. You'll be in probably one lane instead of two if you win this round and you come back. So while I got you and we have some quiet, we're waiting for to get our juniors all suited up and ready to go to send them down for their semifinal round already. But muscle car category A, listen up. When you come back next round, if you could come back in just lane two, that would be great. Because that will open up lane one so I can bring some testers back and we can start filling some time. That's all I have for now. I'm trying to figure out how I can get 2 lanes opened up for consolation after second round. Not yours to worry about. Let me worry about it. But we'll figure it out. We'll take 2 lanes out of the middle and do that. We'll probably bring Winners from B after this round back in 3. And winners for C back in 6. That would leave 4 and 5 open for consolation. That's going to be my target. So if you win in category A, come back in lane 2. If you win in category B, muscle car category B this round, come back in lane 3. If you win in category C, come back in lane 6. And that will allow me to bring our consolation participants, which is anybody on the facility. If you're out of competition, you can get into the consolation race, come back in 4 and 5. I think that's what we'll try it that way, and then we'll run testers through 1 after this round. Wow, been exciting so far. Been exciting so far. Guys and gals doing a great job adapting to not your regular style of racing. All right, we got our junior dragsters fired up. We got 3 junior dragsters. We're going to have a semifinal right now. Keegan Millage left side. His index is 825. Right side, Skylar Bremer, index 850. So they're only a quarter second apart in indexes. And you can kind of judge by who left first and by how much, who had the better light. But goes down there and gets behind 6th thou trying to regulate the finish line. Boy, this is just like big-time bracket racing. Holy cow. Skylar had an enormous reaction time advantage, tried to back into his opponent, and ended up letting them by 6th thou, getting behind. Oh, that's tough. Tough one to take. Keegan Millage, to his credit, ran 25 thou over the dial, got there first by 6th thou. Good enough for the win. So Keegan will square off with sister, I think, Beth, who is coming up next, taking the bye run in the semifinal. I'm sorry, Josh. I got Mom Beth in the junior dragster. Sorry about that, Beth. Jocelyn Millage coming up. Dials up a 8 flat on the index. And again, Jocelyn going to square off with her brother Keegan in the junior dragster final. Off she goes, 193 in the tree. And on that 8 flat is going to go, I'm going to say 805. Nope, 806. 806 at 80 miles an hour. Again, she'll come back square off against her brother in the junior dragster final. We're doing our counting and checking. We're seeing who's back and who isn't. Once we get our numbers figured out, and if we see everybody's back that's supposed to be back, we will send everybody down for round 2. Again, round 2 winners in category A, muscle car category A. Why don't you come back in lane 2 if you're a winner? Muscle car category B, if you would come back in lane 3, that would be great. Muscle car category C, if you come back in lane 6, that would be great. If you're a winner. So that'll open up lanes 4 and 5, and I'll make a call for consolation race. And that's anybody who's raced today. If you've lost, you can get into consolation. Bikes, you can stay in 7 and 8 because you got the biggest category today. Congratulations to our bike racers. Biggest category today here at Rock Falls Raceway on our muscle car shootout. Muscle car / motorcycle sled shootout. How's that? I've been excluding motorcycles, and they got the biggest category. That's a strike against me. So it looks like we have all of our A cars. We're missing one B car, as far as I can tell. We should have 6. I count 5. We have all of our C cars back, and I have a hard time counting motorcycles. I'm going to let them do that down in the lanes. But as far as I can tell, we're missing one category B, muscle car category B car. We should have 6 cars. We had 11 go down. Should have 6 coming back. So if you're that car, if you won your round in muscle car B, you should be in the lanes. Once you're there, I think we can start running. But like I say, we got to check motorcycle out. I don't know where we're at with motorcycle. It's too hard for me to count them from up here in the crow's nest. Once we complete this round, like I say, it's going to make room to continue testing and for the consolation race. So we went from being one car short, and then that car pulled in, and now we've got one car too many. So we'll get this sorted out, and we'll get on with round 2 here very quickly. I hope all the bikes are back that should be back. I know we have some parents working both sides of the fence here, running junior dragsters and running their own vehicles. That makes things a little difficult, but hey, we're having a good time. We're out here having some fun. Always a good time for an adult beverage. They got all kinds of them down there at the Quarter Mile Cafe. Even the domestic beers, import, craft beers. They got it all cooking. They got some teas and some seltzers also, if that's your game. Otherwise, they do have ice cream treats. It's a good day for some ice cream. Get yourself an ice cream treat. They got some dessert, new dessert deals. We haven't come up with a name for them yet, at least one that I've approved of. Dessert triangles, I guess. They are fantastic. Help yourself and order up some of those waffle fries. And I've neglected to mention this, the world's best cheese curds coming out of Ellsworth, Wisconsin, available right here, right now at the Quarter Mile Cafe. And if you don't believe me, order some and try them, and then you'll thank me for having you get some cheese curds. They are fantastic. And here we go. This is round 2 action, muscle car category A. These are the fastest of our muscle cars coming at you. Dave Groth, heads up with Clayton Kais, or Kells, I think it is. We'll find out in the winner's circle if they get that far. Then they can correct me on their names. And you can tell if you were on the starting line, it's not looking good for the blue Mopar. Groth had an excellent reaction time, jumped way out in front and held that lead, did not break out, and still got there by 2/10. Clayton was a little tardy in that Dart Sport on the tree and ran off the dial a little bit extra and ended up losing. Dave Groth moving on in the Eliminator Cougar. Now Dallas Hansen left side going to be chasing Tom Hoffman. Hoffman in the Mopar over here right side. Hoffman, I don't think he's driven anything but a Mopar on a racetrack for decades. Reaction time wise, it's an 11 to a 99. The 11 had the better reaction time and the win. Dallas Hansen turns that into a win. 11 and 50 thou over. Gets behind 8 thou, but Hoffman had to break it out 46 thou to do that. So Hansen moving on, forcing Hoffman to break it out. Kevin Post now left side, getting chased by Mike Aliff. Aliff has a pretty solid combination, and he is dialed in on that tree. He's got a huge reaction time advantage. 004, runs 27 over for a tidy 31 package. And locked out Kevin Post. Post went 164 on the tree, ran 29 thou over, ends up a 10th and a half behind. Mike Aliff moving on. Muscle car category B coming at you right now. Round 2, Carl Wamoff, 11:25. Left side, Alex Schultz, 11:50. Right side. And again, if you were watching that one close, you can tell who had the better reaction time, and it was significant. I know Alex has a radio, so I don't want to talk and give a hint away, but Alex Schultz takes the win. 123 green, 58 thou over, gets there by half a second. So if I was going by thousandths, gets there by 500 thousandths. Alex Schultz moving on right side. Corey Wamoff now. Left side, Dalton Arns. Right side again, heads up, and you saw who left first. Almost perfect. Dalton in control takes the win. 002. That's been our best light of the day. Not only eliminations. Dalton moving on. Taking a 10th win stripe. Kurt Wamoff now 11:50. Off he goes. 90 green. Any reaction time that starts with a 0 on a pro tree is good. And goes 20 thou over. That's pretty tidy right there. Nice run by Kurt Wamoff out of Zumbrota, Minnesota. I say it every week. It is my favorite town in Minnesota because it's so fun to say. This is muscle car category C coming at you. Samantha Schultz left side, 12:25. Susan Rudd, 12:75 over here right side. The Rudds out here in a family of Novas. I think Susan's the only one remaining in competition. Susan looking good to stay in competition. And gets it done. Runs a 10th over. Had almost a 10th in the bank on reaction time. Taking the win by 23 thou. Samantha Schultz was 2:07 to Susan's 1:38 on reaction time. Samantha runs 59 thou over for the loss. Corey Hansen now. Left side. Scarlett Lawson right side. Off they go. Scarlett going to get there first, does not break out, takes the win, had the better reaction time. Little further away from the dial, add up all the numbers, 700ths in front at the finish line as Corey was a little tardy on the tree, ran closer to the dial, but needed a better reaction time to make that work. Jamie Kading now, 13:25 left side. Jeff Potasic, 14:50 right side. Potasic out of River Falls, Kading out of Fall Creek, Wisconsin. Off they go. It's a shame when the Mopars have to race each other because that means one for sure is going to lose and not come back for the next round. Give the win to Jamie Kading, 87 green. A bunch over the dial, taking 11th thou, regulating the finish line like a pro. Charles McIntosh having trouble staging the car, but kind of runs through and comes back. Got it in there, taking the bye, going on to the next round, 14:25. The index went 137 green, not bad, and just 100th under, almost dead on. Tap on the brakes. And that turns into a dead-on run. That is it for Muscle Car C, which means motorcycles are coming at you. So again, if you're a winner in Group A, you need to come back in Lane 2. We already have some testers lined up in Lane 1. We will funnel you through as we can. Right now, Randy Zarnek, left side, Alex Zoller, right side. Off they go, green lights a pair. Zuller had the reaction time advantage, but looks like he's fallen behind. Can't run the number. And the win goes to Zarnak. Had the worst of the two reaction times that ran closer to the dial and got there by a quarter of a second for the win in the left lane. Stan Sleever now 10:50 left side. Craig Zuller 11:25 right side. Again, I'm calling him the White Knight. This is the cleanest bike rider I've ever seen in my life. Gorgeous looking bike too. Great color combinations. Zuller means business, that's for sure. Been sharp on the tree all day long. Going to get there first, does not break out, takes the win. Craig Zuller moving on, the White Knight. Rob Juarez now, 10:25 left side. Believe it or not, that's a 2019 Indian, slightly modified. Heads up, the index. Sid, you got a name for... Wheels up launch for Nathan Stromwell or Storrell, whatever. Sorry about that, Nathan. He'll be back next round as Juarez broke it out. Trying to catch up, still was 65 thou behind. Nathan moving on from the right lane. Matt Johnson left, Steve Belloc right. Off goes Steve, off goes Matt. Matt has this pro tree figured out. He's been really good all day. He goes 11 green, off the throttle, rolls out, takes a 10th for the win. Belloc a 10th behind on the starting line and a 10th behind at the finish line. Matt Johnson moving on from that left lane. Mike Gouch now, 8:75. Nate Bremer. These two race on a weekly basis. They're regulars in our bracket program. Gouch on the Turbo Hayabusa. In the left lane, Nate Bremer, 9 flat index. Over here in the right lane. Off they go. Green lights a pair. This time reaction time advantage goes to Nate Bremer, but he can't convert. Gouch will take the win with the big top end charge. Nate was trying to regulate the finish line and missed it. Got behind 31 thou. Mike Gouch moving on with that big top end charge out of that Turbo Hayabusa. Runs only 12 thou over the dial to get there by 31 thou. Bremer well off the dial because he's trying to regulate. And like I say, sometimes you miss. It's hard when you're looking over your shoulder. So that will end round 2. And as I asked A winners to come back in lane 2, B winners to come back in lane 3, C winners to come back in lane 6, that should leave lanes 4 and 5 open for our consolation. So if you want to get in the consolation race, come back up in lanes 4 and 5, and that's anybody who's been in competition today. We'll take testers in lane 1 and we will file you through. Otherwise, winners in bike, you can remain in 7 and 8 when you come back. Again, category C winners will take you in 6. Category B winners will take you in 3. Category A winners will take you in 2. And if you want to get in the consolation race, that doesn't cost you a nickel. You're already here. Come on up in lanes 4 and 5 to be in the consolation race. Still, you can win a trophy in the consolation race. I think we have trophies for winners and runner-up. But if you're fortunate enough to be a winner, You can be in the winner's circle and get a live interview on the World Wide Web with yours truly. This is the Junior Dragster Final coming at you. Brother and sister, Keegan, left side, dialed up 825. Jocelyn, right side, 8 flat. Now, these two dragsters went down in time trials earlier today, and they both ran 805 or 815, something like that. I think 805. So we'll see how this turns out right here, right now. Keegan's obviously going to have to regulate the finish line, but it all starts on the starting line. You got to have a good reaction time to make it work. Jocelyn over here, right side, 8 flat the index. Again, Keegan, 825. You can see it on the boards. They're in. Here we go. Keegan had the better of the two reactions by almost a tenth. On and off the throttle, regulates the finish line, gets behind, and Jocelyn goes under. 786 on that 8 flat index. Taking a tenth, going a tenth under. Wow. So congratulations goes to Keegan, our first winner of the day. And congratulations to Jocelyn for being in that final. So we know we got some testers coming through. We'll run the testers through. We're waiting for our winners to come back. Again, winners in C, lane 6. Winners in C, lane 6. Winners in B, lane 3. Winners in A, lane 2. I need lanes 4 and 5 open for consolation. If you're in the consolation, come up in 4 and 5, please. 4 and 5 for the consolation race. Again, just so you're aware and you're not confused, this is test and tune going on. We are test and tuning, and we are in competition, and we're about to start a consolation race. I will keep you informed. If I'm not talking, chances are it's because it's testing. So I've gotten word we're going to be moving into Muscle Car A, third round, I believe. 3 cars remain. I know Mike Aliff is sitting on the bye after a tremendous 00 something light. 6, 2, 11, something. He had a great light. That's what earned him the bye. And that's a bye to the final. He's going to square off against either Mr. Groth or see if I can, or Dallas Hansen. Wow, I know these guys. I don't have to read my screen. So this is shaping up to be quite a semifinal. And then I think we have a semifinal coming in Muscle Car B. Nope, it's not a. Nope, not a. I don't know. Yes, it is a semifinal in B. And I believe it's a semifinal in C also. Probably quarterfinal in motorcycle. And then you can basically keep coming back to the lanes you're in, and we'll run consolation. And then testers, you can come up in 1, and we'll run you through 1. So if you want to test, keep coming back in lane 1. Lane 1 for testing. Lane 1, I repeat, lane 1 will be for testing. You're out of competition. You don't want to get in the consolation race. You can continue testing. Just come up in lane 1, and we will fit you in when we have a break in the action. I hear burnouts. Dallas Hansen left side, 9 flat index. Spotting a second to Dave Groth. Groth in that wheelie popping Cougar Eliminator. Boss 351, you can see it, the call out on the hood scoop. Dallas Hansen in the 68, I believe, Pontiac Firebird. Yeah, 68 it says on my screen. Hansen out of Eau Claire, Groth out of Pine Island. Another great big wheelie. Off they go. Couple of good lights. Groth let go 32 and got back a bunch of change. Hansen goes 003. Can't convert though. Runs over the dial. Groth gets by 44 thou. He's going to square off against Mike Aliff in the final. Aliff has the combination figured out. Took the small tires off, put the big tires on from yesterday. Doesn't have to kill the tree in the bye. Goes 096 green and then runs under, setting himself up for the final round. Coming back, going to square off against Dave Groth. This is Muscle Car, Category B. Again, another semifinal. Kurt Wamoff, left side, 1150. Dalton Arns, 1175, right side. Pretty close. Only a quarter second apart. In indexes. Indexes? Something like that. Oh! Dalton took a stab at it. You can't believe this. 001 red. Almost perfect. He took a shot at the tree and missed by only a thou. He's going to be super disappointed, as Wamoff was very, very, very green. 354 green, as a matter of fact. But Wamoff runs only 16 thou over the dial. Wamoff coming back to square off against Alex Schultz. Schultz on an 1150 index. Over here, right side. Green is good on that 1150. We'll go 11:59. Not bad there either. Shaping up to be a fine final round in Category B for muscle car. This is Category C muscle car. Charles McIntosh, 1425, left side. Susan Rudd, 1275, right side. Susan out of Mondovi, not far from here, just a little south. Very hilly golf course they have in Mondovi. Almost mountainous, I would call it. I walked it Thursday. It's very tough. Looks like Susan going to get there first. Susan does, takes the win, had the worst of the two reaction times, but only by 40 thou. Runs 0.2 over the dial, but gets there by 39 thou for the win. Moving on to the final. Now this is Jamie Kading, left side. Heads up with Scarlett Lawson. And oddly, it looked like Jamie got the jump on the starting line, but Scarlett had the better reaction time, which leads to a win more often than not. Scarlett going to square off with Susan in the muscle car Category C final. So that should bring up third round of motorcycle. I think that would be quarterfinals. As I eyeball over there. Yeah, quarterfinals. Should be 5 remaining, it looks like. Again, motorcycles are welcome in the consolation race. If you got a motorcycle and you want to be in the consi race, come on up in 4 and 5.
The few Jews that don't speak English, that's the ones I want them to.
Randy Zarnik, left side, 1250 the index. Craig Zoller, 1125 right side. This is a quarterfinal. The White Knight, oh, jumps the starting line, goes red. That's a surprise. But I know Craig has been tuned into the starting line. Goes red, runs it through, only a 1/10 over the dial, but Zarnik runs, well, he probably let out, went 3/4 of a second over his index, coming back for semi-final round. Goes 122. Let's see if I can pick out who's going to qualify for the bye at 3. It's going to come out of this pair, if at all. So whoever wins has to go 122 or better to qualify for that bye. Mike Gouch, 875, spotting a big head start to Nathan Stormell. Sorry, Nathan. I do have a name now, Nathan. That was a heck of a run last time. Wheels up on the launch for 60 feet easily. So keep your eye on Nathan over here in the right lane. Off they go. Reaction time advantage favoring the Hayabusa. Gets it done. Mike Gouch goes 70 green and 49 thou over. 119 package. Nathan was 113 in the tree. Had to go dead on with a 6 to win, or actually make it close. Ends up over that and 32 thou behind at the finish line. So that should give Gouch the bye into the final. Matt Johnson taking the bye right now. He's 19 green. That's the best light of the round. That's why he's probably sitting on the bye, and on down the track he goes on that 1025. I think he'll go under. He does. 42 thou under. Only 3 bikes remain. And I think we are into the consolation. Yes, we are. This is the consolation race coming at you. A pair of Mustangs lining up right off the bat. Tony Hager, left side, 1075. Maya Smith, right side, in the Mustang GT. 13 flat, the index. Too close to call. Very close in reaction time. Give the win to Maya Smith, going 57 thou over, taken 57 thou. I think this is Gary Stelter over here left side. 1050, going to be chasing down Don Rexted. Don on a 1350 index. Off they go. Don is in trouble. Gary's there, regulating, goes over for the win. Taking 2/10. Mike Mazinski now left side in the 79 Camaro. John Hatfield, 1375 over here right side in his trusty 69 Camaro. Gen 1 versus Gen 2 in Camaros. I don't know how many gens there are now, but there's a bunch. Reaction time advantage going to the Camaro in the left lane. You saw a touch of brake lights, and he maintains the margin. Actually got behind as Hatfield broke it out a bunch. Mazinski moving on from that left lane. Jeff Potasic now, 1460. Whoops, we need an index number. You're still on indexes. Corey Wamoff over here right side knows what's going on, 1175. And we got that squared away, ready to go. Jeff Potasic thought he could sneak by getting his own dial, but no, we caught him. Put him on that index. Off they go. The El Camino is in complete control as long as Corey Wamoff doesn't break out. He should win. He doesn't, and he does. Moving on to the next round, Corey Wamoff. Corey Hansen now, 1250, going to get chased by Tom Hoffman, 1050 over here right side. Classic Mopar versus Chevy battle. Okay, not so classic. Off they go. And looks like Tom Hoffman's already caught him. Doesn't break out, takes the win, gets there by a 10th. Tom Hoffman moving on. 40 green to a 199 green usually means the 40 green's going to win. That's what Tom Hoffman was. Brittany Rudd now, 1450 the index. And this is the young Remington. First name escapes me over here right side, 1025. Wow, big head start going to that Nova. Pretty good light, too, by Brittany. 61, but Remington goes 15 off the throttle, doesn't break out, gets the win, taking 54 thou, or half a tenth. I know it's Rob Juarez over here right side. They're both green. Rob has the better reaction time. Having a tough time getting by. Does get by. Takes the win. Gets there by a tenth and a half. Rob Juarez moving on. Next pair. Wow, that is racing in style over there in the left lane. Victory motorcycle. Heather Martin over here right side in the Demon. That's also racing in style. 800 plus horsepower. Oh, and the bike has trouble. Missed a shift or something. But watch the W. Bike will take the win as Heather Martin sets a land speed record, breaks it out by only 7 thou, taking almost 3 seconds at the stripe. That's why when you hear me say regulate, that's what you insure against, is breaking out by a little when you're ahead by a lot. Craig Zuller now left side, going to get chased by Matt Martin. Martin, I don't think he's any relation to Soxen Martin, but maybe he is. Dialed up 10 flat in the CUDA, right side. I should say indexed up. Off they go. We got about 18 thou advantage going to the CUDA. Can't convert, runs a quarter second over the dial. Opens the door for Zuller. Zuller drives through it, getting there by a 10th and a half. Jim Wise in the Buick Skylark GS Stage 1. One of my favorite cars for a muscle car. Very underrated. Oh, he can't hold it back. Gives the win to Clayton Keyes as Wise goes early. So early, it looks like his rear tires tripped the beam. But Clayton is moving on in that round. As Jim has the door open, we're not sure if he broke the throttle cable or something. He's just idling down the track. We don't know if we have to send somebody after him or what's going on. Well, I'm sure we're going to send somebody after him because I think we could run down the track and catch him. There goes starter Mark. He's going to find out what's going on and lend a helping hand. So we are approaching final rounds. I think we have 3 final rounds coming up in A, B, and C. I will remind the winners of these final rounds. You can come on down to the winner's circle, receive your trophies and your interview. We'll break in on our regular live feed and we will do live interviews. I'm not going to make you wait till the end of the day, although it's not that far till the end of the day, but I'll come down and do interviews to celebrate your victory here at Muscle Car Showdown #1. Muscle Car Showdown / Motorcycle Showdown. and sled. I'll come down and do interviews while we're still running our consolation race. That may not work. You may have to wait a little while we finish our consolation race. But winners, you can come down to the winner's circle, and I will interview you once we complete our consolation race, because otherwise it's too noisy to do the interviews. I think you can understand that. Consolation winners, you can come back to lanes 4 and 5 like you did before, stop behind the crosswalk. As we continue with consolation, Charles McIntosh, left side, 1425, going to get chased by Eric Peterson. Eric Peterson over here, right side, 1175. Peterson out of Withee, Wisconsin. That's one I've never heard of. McIntosh slides the front tires as he's trying to hold the car back, staging it, and then goes red. Hands the win over to Eric Peterson. Peterson runs let's see, I'm going to say a tenth and a half. 140 thousandths, something like that. Over the dial, or over the index. Kevin Post now 1025, heads up with Carl Frank, right side. And you can see the difference between a fantastic light and a mediocre light. Kevin Post 007, Frank 328. Post runs it through, regulates the finish line, takes the win. 007. That's a tough one to make up when your reaction time starts with a 3. Steve, it looks like Steve Coronel out of New Corbin, Wisconsin. Whoa, stands it way up high. But taking the bye this round, first round of consolation. So I'm going to ask consolation winners to come back ASAP. We're going to kind of slow it up and run a tester or two as we try to run our final rounds. If we had all of our bikes back, we could run bikes before we run our final rounds. That's up to our staging guys. Because then I think we got a semi-final in bikes. We could run that before we run our finals. Oh, Mike is back, so yeah, if we have all of our bike semifinals, we'll see how it goes. Like I say, I'll let the staging guys sort this out. I was trying to get people home early that win by doing their interviews, but like I say, we can't do interviews while we got cars going down the track because it's just too noisy. Got another test pass for Skylar Bremer, junior dragster style. So I think we have all of our bike semifinalists back, and if we do, we're going to run them, and then we'll start running our finals. We'll continue with consolation. Once consolation is done, I will come down and do interviews. And again, we have live video coverage for the live feed on our interviews, so we're super proud of that. So we can get the exposure you racers deserve in the winner's circle instead of doing an audio interview like we've been doing. Now we have audio and video, and it turned out pretty good last night. We'll work out the rest of the bugs, but all right, looks like we got them. And we'll do that. We'll run that bike semifinal, and then we will we'll hold off on our finals in A, B, and C till our bikes come back. We'll run down Consi, get that down. Once that's all done and completed, we'll send our finals down. Again, if you win, come down the return road and get yourself situated, and you'll have to wait a little bit while we run the rest of the finals and get everything taken care of. And then once we're done running, we'll do interviews and give you the rewards you so richly deserve for competing out here. The muscle car / motorcycle shootout that exists, or that is here today at Rock Falls Raceway. We appreciate everybody being here. If you're tired of competing and you're pointing your vehicles towards home, we thank you for being here. And as always, we look forward to the next time you return to Rock Falls Raceway. This is our bike semi-final coming at you. Randy Zarnik, 1250 in the left. Matt Johnson, 1025 in the right. Matt's been crushing the tree. But let's see what happens right here, right now. Big head start going to Randy over there in the left side. And it's not a big enough head start. Wow, he caught him by just past the 8th mile. Matt's out of it, coasting, takes the win. He had a great light, 42 light, had 2/10 in reaction time advantage. Zarnik also runs a 10th off, but Matt Johnson had room to run a lot off. Randy must have had trouble. No, he's over a second off his dial. So Matt Johnson moving on. He's going to square off with Mike Gouch. Gouch just breaks the beam, shuts the bike off, and Mike Gouch will square off against Matt Johnson in the bike final. I think we're going to try and squeeze in a round of consolation before we start our finalists. Looks like we have all of our finalists back, but like I say, we're trying to hold off and coordinate to get all these finals done at the same time. We know we can't. We got a couple rounds, 3 rounds of consolation to run, but if we get one more of those out of the way, we'll be able to be that much closer. As we try and orchestrate these finishes to all finish at the same time. So here comes consolation. I think this is round 2. I saw Rob Juarez there. He's in the right lane. Kevin Cattinger. Boy, I wish I could get these names right. I've said his name 3 times. They've all been different. Anyways, Kevin over there on that victory, 2012 victory. What a gorgeous bike. He's green. So is Rob. Rob had the better reaction time of the 2. Turns it into a win going 900ths over. As Kevin broke it out by only 300ths, but the difference in reaction time, too tough for him to make that up. Rob Juarez moving on. Craig Zoller now left side on his 07 Harley. Eric Peterson, 1175, right side. Off they go. Reaction time this time favoring the Harley. Gets it done. Dead on with a 126 on the tree, 27 total package. That'll win you a lot of bracket races at a professional bracket race. What a pass there by Craig Zoller. Eric Peterson tardy on the tree and over the dial for second place. Mike Mazinski, 1225 left. Maya Smith, 13 flat right. Off they go. 500ths difference in reaction time. Favoring the Mustang. Maya going to get there first. I see brake lights, and she runs dead on with a 2. Holy cow. These guys and gals are getting tougher and tougher as the day goes on. Maya Smith dead on with a 2 for the win. Steve Coronel left. Zach Remington right. Zach Remington has 2/10 in his pocket. He's already caught. Steve turns it into a win, running a quarter second over his dial, taking 37 thou. I got it wrong last time. I said it was Gary Stelter. It's not. It's Jesse James. Jesse James over there left side, 1050. Going to get chased by Clayton Kais in the Mopar. I like that Mopar, that's for sure, but he's in trouble, and he can't get it done. Give the win to Jesse James. 90 green, 49 thou over for the win. Gets there by almost 2/10. That's about 2 car lengths. Tom Hoffman now left side, 1050. Corey Wamhoff, 1175 in the right in his 70 El Camino. Off they go, only separated by 13 thou. Really anybody's race, and something goes awry on Tom Hoffman's car. He gets to the 8th mile and he clicks it off or shuts it down or something. He didn't like something, got out of the throttle. He's coasting, now he's pulling over. We're going to have to run down and see if something let go and if he got something on the track. So give the win to Corey Wamhoff. But we'll have to run down there. Tom is stopped, so we'll run down there and check. We may have to tow him off the track. Starter Mark going to run down and check the track and see if there's any fluid. But something, there was a puff of something right at the 8th mile. And Tom didn't like how it felt or how it sounded. Something. He clicked it off, coasted to a stop, pulled out of the groove. And we'll run down there and check it out, see if there's any fluid. And Tom's moving, so he's okay. We'll know momentarily, so stand by. Good time to head on over to the Quarter Mile Cafe. Get yourself a hamburger, cheeseburger. Cheese curds, world famous cheese curds, the best ones in the world. Or chicken fingers. I really like chicken fingers. I've taken a shine to them lately. Waffle fries. Waffle fries. Cheapest waffle fries you could get right here at Rock Falls Raceway at the Quarter Mile Cafe. Delicious.
Still rolling okay.
So don't know what went wrong with Tom's car, but there's no fluid on the track, so we can resume racing. As soon as starter Mark gets in position.
Hey, Joe, call
So Mike Gouch, if you're ready, we'll take you. We're trying to line up all our finals. If you're ready, Mike, we'll take you back for your final in motorcycle. Kevin Post taking the bye in consolation. Let's go. 007 goes Bond on the tree and then just takes a parade lap. That is something else. And here we go with a series of final rounds. We're going to go A, B, C, and motorcycle. Crown our champions. Again, winners, come on down the return road. You'll have to kind of stand around and wait, have a beer, slap each other on the back, get your crew up here for pictures. We'll get your interview done. But right now, this is muscle car, category A. Mike Aliff.
Final is at the top of hot stage.
Mike Aliff, left side, 875. Going to be chasing down Dave Groth. Groth, 10 flat. And off they go. Mike Aliff been on the tree all day and just got schooled. Groth, 002, 59 thou over, 61 total, locks out Aliff. Give the win to Dave Groth. In the Cougar Eliminator, Aliff got there first but had to break it out, had no chance of winning. Went 79 green. Groth was 69 total. Wow. I'm sorry, 61 total, locking out Aliff. Congratulations goes to Dave Groth. Congratulations to Mike Aliff getting to the final. This is Muscle Car B final. Alex Schultz, left. Kurt Wamhoff, right.
Here's the last at the top of hot stage.
Off they go. Remarkably close. Everybody's getting dialed in here. 27 thou between the two. Advantage goes to Schultz. You see some brake lights and a wind light. That's not uncommon on a double breakout. Takes 25. Difference in breakout only 2 thou between the competitors. Congratulations, Alex Schultz, on your muscle car category B win. Congrats to Kurt Wamhoff on your runner-up. This is muscle car C on the starting line. Scarlett Lawson, left. Susan Rudd, right. Off they go. Another big difference in reaction time. Give the advantage to Scarlett, and that's where the win goes also. Scarlett was 40 on the tree. Susan, reaction time started with a 3. Susan broke it out and still ended up behind. So congratulations to Scarlett Lawson on your win in muscle car category C. And this is our bike final. 4 finals in a row. How about that? Matt Johnson, 1025, left side. Going to get chased by Mike Gouch, 875 over here, right side. Both these drivers have been very good. That's why they're in the final. Concy winners, we need you back. Concy winners, we need you back. Wow, separated by only 5 thou. Matt Johnson looking back over his shoulder, trying to regulate, gets it done. He had 5 thou advantage on the starting line, ends up getting behind by almost 700ths as Gouch breaks it out. Couldn't slow that bike down enough to keep from breaking out. Give the win to Matt Johnson. Congratulations goes to Matt on his win in bike class here at the Muscle Car Shootout. Congratulations to Mike Gouch for getting to the final. So we've crowned 4 champions so far. We got our Consi left to run. We have five drivers back. We're looking for 2 more and to keep this going. So for our winners that are going to be waiting for their interviews and whatnot, Matt, I see you down there. Congratulations. Somebody get Matt a water. And we'll get pictures and interviews here as soon as possible. Looks like all of our Constellation competitors are back in the lanes. Appreciate you guys just rolling them back around. 3 rounds to go. We'll crown a champion. We'll put a bow on the day, but great job so far. A lot of motorcycles left. I don't think that's an accident. Motorcycle guys have been hitting the tree very well on this Pro Tree deal. And they are coming up to hot stage and into the burn box right now. This is round 3 of the Constellation. So here we go. This is a quarterfinal round of Constellation. Rob Juarez, right side. Jesse James, left. Off they go. Jesse James looking over his shoulder, has the advantage, turns it into a win, goes a 10th over, taking 2/10. Jesse James coming back for the semifinal. Kevin Post now. Heads up. Heads up with Zach Remington. And give the win to Kevin Post. 007 again. He is dialed in. That's 2 007s in a row. That's why we call it Bond. Turns that into a win, taking almost a second. Next pair, Corey Whamoff, 1175. Maya Smith, 13 flat. Maya over here right side, Whamoff left. Give the win to Maya. Wow, we haven't had a whole lot of red lights today, but there's one. Whamoff left way too early. Might have guessed at it. Maya moving on to the semifinals. 13:01 with a 4. 14 thou over the dial. And here we go. I guess this is Alex Zoller. We'll go with that for now. Taking the bye run. And a little trouble on the 1-2 shift, but making it on down the track. I am going to run down and do some interviews. We're going to flip our screen over.
Back to Justin.
That's PG, right?
We're on the live stream.
That's what I
We
said.
need to get over by the car so people can see us. Or in front, whichever you want.
That don't make a difference.
We got the camera set up over here. Maybe we should be in front. Yeah.
Hey, everybody says that.
I'm not tall enough to be in fact. Congratulations, Alex Schultz, on your muscle car category B, right?
Yep.
Category B win. Hard fought. Tough stuff, this Pro Tree. I don't know what you think of that.
That's first time ever doing it. I think it's a blast.
Pretty neat to be successful first time trying something that different. I know you know we're all used to the full tree sequential stuff, and we're glad you enjoyed it. Obviously, it's always enjoyable when you're in the winner's circle, as far as that goes. But got to be some people that probably helped out along the way, or some people you want to recognize. This is the time.
Well, first off, I want to thank my wife and kids. They make me come here, and then track family. Everybody cheering you on. That's all it takes.
It is. There's nothing better than being able to celebrate these wins with family and friends when you finally get to the winner's circle, or if you get to the winner's circle every week. I suppose it gets boring, but that's never happened to me. It's a great thing to
Ain't gonna
share.
happen to me either.
It's a great thing to share, and it's a great memory to have. Anybody else you want to thank, or that's helped with the car or anything?
I want to thank all the staff at Rock Falls and all the sponsors that make this place go round. So.
Couldn't be said any better than that. Congratulations once again, Alex. Let's get some pictures taken.
Good job.
hand you this. We'll get started. You ready?
Sure am.
All right. Congratulations, Matt Johnson, on your motorcycle win here today at the Muscle Car Shootout and Motorcycle Extravaganza. Award you with the trophy and on the backside, the all-important kill sticker.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And a hearty handshake. Congratulations. You adapted to the Pro Tree very quickly and maintained that slight advantage throughout the day. It was tremendous watching. I get to see all the lights, and you adapted very quickly, and you maintained that, which I'm sure aided in getting things done as far as taking the win. As far, like I say, the Pro Tree was something we just decided to try just to change things up, and I'm guessing, you met the challenge. So congratulations on that also.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you. Actually, I just started drag racing again. This is my third weekend back at it, so really been trying to get that tree figured out again, especially on a button bike like this. I used to run throw clutches. So yeah, I was pleasantly surprised myself, to be completely honest. So, but yeah, kept them consistent and got her done. So there we go.
And the bike was also, again, very consistent. You don't get to dial the number that it wants to run. You got to run an index, so it very rarely falls on what you're going to do. So you're able to navigate through that, but just tremendous. What a tremendous piece here. What size motor is in this, anyways?
This is a Suzuki GS 1100. It's a 1260 in it. Just picked it up last fall. Just kind of went through the whole thing front to back. Did some rewiring, switched up some electronics on it, but otherwise it's as bought and it's consistent. I've been pleasantly surprised with that too. She's a 10.15, 130 mile an hour bike, pretty solid. So it's cool. It's been a good time.
We'll hang on here a second. Couple of testers getting ready to run down the track. I got the split screen going so they can see the track and they can see us. So, no, but the bike, the only other thing I was noticing, because I've been talking to my motorcycle buddies about getting on a motorcycle and giving it a shot on a car tire bike. This would be the bike, because this thing leaves really smooth. It's not violent like some bikes are. The setup you have in this thing, I can see why it's so consistent.
Yeah, it does. It comes out of the hole nice and smooth, gets on the bars, and just goes straight. I've been real lucky with hitting the setup on it. And hey, come see me. Maybe we'll let you go on this one, right?
Sounds good. Sounds good to me. I would hop on this in a second because I could see. And it worked. It didn't. No flaws. Shifted every time. Just terrific. Congratulations once again. And if there's anybody you want to thank, this is the time to do it.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys. I really want to thank Rock Falls, especially putting on awesome events. Been coming here since I was a little kid, and nothing but improvements. And the track's always been great. Huge shout out to Jason Clampett. I'm sure you guys all know him. He got me back into this game, and I think he's going to be probably prouder than Mama on this one. So, and thanks again to all the other bike guys here at The Rock and everywhere else too. They've been welcoming me with open arms, so I really appreciate that, and thank you guys a lot.
Tremendous. Thanks, Jason, for getting Matt to come out here. And his competitors may not be so thankful, so we'll give you thanks, Jason. But congratulations once again, and enjoy your victory.
Awesome. Thank you very much. You bet.
I'm behind the bike.
Dave Groth, if you are out there and you want to be interviewed, this would be the time to roll on up to the winner's circle. And we can take care of that, and then you can tell me how to pronounce your name, and hopefully I'll never get it wrong again. already. Scarlett Lawson, our muscle car category C winner today here at Muscle Car Shootout at Rock Falls Raceway. Congratulations goes to you, Scarlett. Here is your trophy.
Thank you.
And a hearty handshake. Yeah, it gets complicated. We'll put this on pause while we run consolation semifinals, so you're safe for another minute. Sadly, I'm terrible with names. I know Maya Smith over here, right side. Index is up there. Off they go, green light's a pair. Little miss shift over in the motorcycle lane. Is Maya going to get there? I see some brake lights. Maya runs closer to the dial but does not get the win. Bike coming back for the final. Jesse James over there left side. Kevin Post over here right side. Kevin Post has gone 007 twice. We got a mix up on the index. Kevin Post on the 1025, so it's a heads-up deal. But yeah, Kevin Post has gone Bond twice in 2 rounds. Once on a bye, once in competition. From down here, look pretty close. We'll see how it sorts out on the top end. Give the win to somebody. Waiting for the win light to show up. Not coming. Not sure what's going on. We can do our thing. You ready?
Yeah.
All right, take 2 for the Scarlett Lawson interview. Congratulations once again on your win in muscle car category C. I hear you haven't been in this car very long.
No, this is my first time racing it.
That's what I heard. It's your first time, and here you are. I mean, look at where you are. You're in the winner's circle of Rock Falls Raceway. I don't know if it gets any better. Are you planning on ever losing, or are you just going to win every time you come out?
Well, you got to stay humble, so hopefully I lose one.
Okay. Tremendous, Scarlett. Got to be some people that helped you get here. You want to say thanks to whoever that may be?
My dad, my grandpa, and CB Performance.
Terrific. Anything about the day that stands out over anything else? I know it's your first time, but I mean, anything strike you? I know you haven't been to a muscle car event yet, but
I don't think so.
all right. That sounds good. At this point, let's just get some pictures. How's that sound? All right, we're here with Dave Groth. Dave Groth. And I started out saying Groth, and I thought, and I know I did this before. I mispronounced your name last year or the year before. I apologize for that. So we're with Dave Groth and the spectacular, because the Cougar Eliminator is a super rare car to boot, and then here you are out racing the heck out of it. I don't know what the value of this thing is, but it's quite high. Anyways, let me present you with your trophy for today's win and the all-important Rock Falls Raceway kill sticker. Congratulations goes to you for that, Dave. And again, there's got to be some people who probably have helped or you want to thank, or some help with the car you got along the way, or how the day unfolded. A little different format this year. We went with the Pro Tree and the indexes. Obviously, you can't be disappointed since you're in the winner's circle. That makes a big difference, but we're happy for that. Where you got a couple cars or a couple bikes here, we'll let them go, and then we'll get your answer from that.
Yeah, the Pro Tree is actually favors me. The car reacts so quickly, it red lights a lot, and this way it don't. The Pro Tree was good for me.
This thing responds so well.
Oh, it's wicked fast.
And
the whole shot's nasty.
And the wheelies it does, it's not only does it do that, but it does it consistently.
Yeah.
It's a 10-0 car, period.
Yeah. Got some wicked fast bikes and cars here today. Some runners here. Drove through the light.
All right, continuing on, once again, congratulations, Dave, on your win today in muscle car category A, the fastest category we had at today's muscle car and motorcycle shootout. Again, I was asking, got to be some people you probably want to thank, and maybe someone who helped you with the car. This is your time.
Yeah, it's been a journey. It's been a journey as far as this car goes. Years ago, I had a lot of problems with it, just dumb stuff going wrong, and it was mostly poor machining and stuff like that. This last time, Randy Qualm at Competition Engines in South St. Paul in Egan, he's did a lot of the work on the machine work, and I assembled it myself with the help of my brother, and it run really good, and all the machine work that Randy did was top notch, and that makes a difference. And because I beat this car relentlessly, and it did good, and it takes it well. So so far it's been, like you say, the wheelies are there. It comes out that way every time. It's just a handful to drive and a lot of fun. And of course I raced with my friends from Red Wing, Tony Hager, Bob Hager, and just a group of guys. And we all race I'm from Pine Island. Those guys race out of Red Wing, but we meet up and come over here. This is a fun place to have a good day.
Absolutely, and now that you mention that, you're a member of you're here for the Tony Hager, whatever that other race we put on, Invitational, Tony Hager Invitational, which is, we just had that a few weeks ago. So you got some time on the track, but you came out here and gave it a shot. You had no idea we were going to throw a Pro Tree at you and throw indexes at you. To your advantage, this thing runs 10 O's all the time. Hangs a great big wheelie every time. It does the same thing every time. It's a fantastic car, and like I say, I do have an appreciation for the super rare cars. You know, I'm a Mopar head. I don't hide that from anybody. But this thing is so rare, and to be able to see it doing what it does, it's a treat every time you come out. We thank you for doing that, Dave.
Well, I thank you for having me out here to race. It's been a blast here today. We've had a good time. And like you say, after a couple of weeks ago, not so good, it's really nice to have things go my way for a change.
Absolutely, absolutely. Once again, congratulations, Dave. If there's any last thank yous you want to throw out there, this is the time to do it.
Well, I guess thanks to the Rock Falls racetrack crew, because they do such a great job here. There's just no getting around it. Every time we come up here, if I don't have a problem, it isn't because of the car's fault. It's because I've got problems, with the car. And this car has lately's been really good. It's been fantastic. So
We appreciate the kind words, Dave, and thanks again for coming out here today. And we look forward always to the next time you come back.
my pleasure.
Wonderful. Great job. I'll let you get some pictures. Absolutely.
I just drive down there to the end. I can turn off down
You can certainly, you can drive down and take your right-hand turn, go back into the pits.
All right.
It'd be just wonderful.
What's your name?
Joe.
Joe? You do a great job announcing.
Oh, thank you very much.
I'm Tony Hanger, actually.
Oh, Tony.
Yeah.
It's great to meet
Thanks.
you.
And it's my brother Bob that started the Hanger Invitation.
Okay.
Yep. He's got the blue Anglia.
Yeah.
Yep.
Excellent.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. This is our consolation final. Jesse James left side, Kevin Post right side. No, this is a rerun of the semifinal. Excuse me. Something went awry that first time around. These guys are back. We got everything squared up and off we go. Yeah. Kevin Post was just on the edge of being staged. You saw the staging light flicker. Once the tree activated, it gave him a red light. Unfortunate for Kevin. Jesse James will take the win. He'll come on back for the final round. Yep, just ever so slight. You want to stage from really shallow, especially when you've been going double O. But Kevin Post a little too shallow on that one. And didn't get the car fully staged. When the tree fired, it saw that he wasn't staged. He got the red light, and unfortunate way to end his day, but that's what happens in racing sometimes. So this is the final race of the weekend. Consolation final coming at you. Jesse James over here. Right side. Alex Zoller, left side. You see the index is up on the board. Alex going to take off first. Off he goes. Off goes Jesse. I don't know if Jesse's going to catch him. See brake lights by Alex, but the win light comes on for Jesse. Congratulations, Jesse, on your win. As Alex got there first. He's way under that 1375 index. He's a bunch under. Oh, wow, that's well, sometimes they surprise you. So we'll get Jesse down here, and we'll get him interviewed up, and we'll put a bow on this entire weekend. So for Jesse's crew, if they can hear us, if you could drag Jesse back here to the winner's circle, we'll do an interview and get a trophy presentation for you. So Jesse, if you want to come down and do an interview with us and get some pictures in the winner's circle, you're more than welcome to. I'm too short to be behind you. I'll give you that. I'll give you this, and we'll get this started. Sure. Congratulations goes to Jesse Jones. I keep calling him Jesse. It's Jesse Jones. Jones Racing on the what is this?
This
I know it's a sled. It's
this is a 2013 or 2003 Yamaha RX-1.
I thought it was a Yamaha. Wow, RX-1, nice.
Yeah, it's actually some old iron, that's for sure.
Yeah. And let me congratulate you, give you a handshake, and give you your trophy for winning the consolation race today and the all-important kill sticker, which becomes very valuable. You don't get those unless you win a race here. So congratulations goes to you for that. Let me give you a hearty handshake. And along the way, like I say, it was a new format we tried out today. Of course, if you're in the winner's circle, it's always good, but I'm sure it threw some different challenges. I don't know how fast snowmobiles react, but the motorcycle guys caught on really quick, but I don't know how the sleds react.
Yeah, the motorcycles, they're tough for sure. The motorcycles, they're tough for sure. The cars are hard, but I actually came over here to get ready for next weekend for the Sunoco to get some laps on the sled with the weather, and I guess I'm the best loser.
Well, I mean, it paid off. The more laps you get, the better off you are. So you got, 5 more laps being in the Consi race. Yeah. So that doesn't hurt, that's for sure, especially if you're coming back next week. By the way, next week is races 3 and 4 for Sunoco Points Bracket Series. So come on out for that. And otherwise, some of the people that you want to thank for helping you get here and helping along the way.
I got to thank the old man. Without him, I wouldn't be standing here, that's for sure.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have flipped that. Did your dad get you started in snowmobiling or racing, or which came first, I guess?
So he's been probably racing sleds for about, I don't know, 30 or 40 years on the grass and on the ice, and a little bit on the blacktop back in the day. And we're big grass draggers, but I think we're going to start being blacktop guys here.
Fantastic! Yeah, you do well next week. You get, not only do you get a trophy, you get money.
Yeah, the Sunoco is tough, and all them guys are bad fast. So just try to make rounds.
I'll tell you what, though, the one thing I like about watching you go down the track is you get out a little bit and you turn. You're flexible. You turn your head and look at who's going up behind you. So, which is an advantage. If you can gauge that speed, you know where you're going to be, and pretty much you've been on the bike comfortable enough. You're not going crooked. You know you're going straight. So that is a good advantage, and I think it's a great habit.
Yeah, the bikes are usually about 40 miles an hour faster than me, so they're going to blow by me pretty quick. So I've just been kind of watching everyone and kind of learning what they're doing and trying to be better than them at least.
Well, that's terrific. Once again, congratulations on your win in the consolation in this weekend's or today's muscle car and motorcycle / sled shootout. You came out on top in the consolation race, and we couldn't be happier for you guys for that. Let's get some pictures taken.
Yeah. Just want to thank Rock Falls for everything.
Thank you very much.
All right, Grant, picture time.